Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. I don't know who
I'm
just
sorry,
said hello.
Greg Gray, Office of LSC Relations. I'm very dark and I'm driving my car in traffic.
Hi, Greg. Thank you for joining us.
Not a problem. So forgive me if I'm not as responsive as I'm driving simultaneously. I did not want to be late.
Also, hello, I'm Shivani Choksi. I'm also an LSC specialist.
Hey, Shivani.
Hey, Greg.
Yes, for those of you
Welcome.
who are not aware, Ms. Shivani is the new person that will be added to our team since Jaleesa left. So she will be transitioning into Jones in the future. But for the time being, you have us both.
It sounds great. Well, welcome, Shivani. And if Greg's your mentor, you have a great mentor. So
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
I couldn't
trying.
agree more. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Sarah, are you ready for recording? Okay, so we'll wait just a sec.
Sarah, you might be
I'm totally
muted,
ready.
so you
Sorry.
can-
I'm ready if you want to start.
Okay, so
totally
I'll
ready.
call the a special meeting of the Jones Local School Council to order at 6:02. And Sarah, do you want to call the roll?
Yeah. I'm also, my microphone's okay? You guys can hear me? Okay, because I have a crazy setup. Andrade,
Present.
Bowman,
Here.
Bugs,
Present.
Serna Prado,
Here.
Cresswell,
Here.
Hillbrands,
Here.
Land,
Here.
Mana Hoppenworth,
Here.
Ma here, Martinsek,
Here.
Menjivar,
present.
Powers,
Here.
Zen.
Here.
Okay, we're all here. I make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, Land second. Take a roll call. Andrade,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Serna Prado,
Yes.
Cresswell,
Yes.
Bugs, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Hillbrands,
Yay.
Land,
Yes.
Mana Hoppenworth,
Yes.
Ma, yes, Martinsek,
Yes.
Menjivar,
Yes.
Powers,
Yes.
Zen.
Yes.
Okay, the agenda was approved with 13 out of 13 votes. I make a motion to approve the minutes from the November 9th LSC meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, Land seconded. Oops. Land, sorry. Roll call. Andrade,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Bugs,
Yes.
Serna Prado,
Yes.
Cresswell,
Yes.
Hillbrands,
Yay.
Land,
Yes.
Mana Hoppenworth,
Yes.
Ma, yes, Martinsek,
Yes.
Menjivar,
Yes.
Powers,
Yes.
and Zen.
Yes.
Minutes are approved with 13 out of 13 votes, and I turn it back to you, Cassie.
Okay, so we have a lot of signups for public participation. So we typically basically allocate 15 speakers at 3 minutes each. Since we have so much interest, we'll have an initial period with I think 15 or 14 speakers, and then at the end of the meeting we'll do the second speaker participation. So I think Sarah emailed everyone to tell them which group they're in. If you're watching at home and you're in the second group, kind of stay tuned when we go to the closed session, because we'll come back in to open session to do the public participation, like the second part of it. You know, normally we have maybe like 4 or 5 public speakers, and it's pretty informal. And we have some back and forth between council members and speakers. Since we have so many tonight, and council members, I want to encourage you guys that, you know, unless it's a very like, you know, clear clarification kind of question, I think we can kind of minimize our responses. And we aren't taking any substantive votes tonight, except for on the CPS policies and procedures for SAPA. So, you know, this is a meeting for discussions besides that. So let's keep that in mind. And people who are here to public comment, you can, you know, send follow-up information to the LSC, of course. And I think some of the public comments actually are just going to be read, and some people just asked to have theirs put into the record initially. So, okay, I will try to give like the first 2 and then tell people who is on deck also. And then the other thing is that please exit out of the Google Meet after you speak, so things are not so messy in here, and that will keep things easier to keep track of as well. Sarah?
Yeah, I just had a clarifying question. Who is timing? I can't time. If someone could time the comments.
Yeah, I am happy to time unless someone else like really likes to and wants to hold up a little sign too for like 2.5 minutes. Anyone enjoy that?
Someone asked, is it being recorded? Yes, it's being live streamed on YouTube, so it's automatically up there. If I got a lot of emails today, so if you feel like you didn't get a response from me, I promise that I'm working on that. And if you ask for a clarifying question, we'll try to answer it tonight. If not, we'll follow up as best we can and email as we are able to. If it's a general question, if it's not speaking for the whole council, if it's just a procedural question. And yeah, but if you feel like I haven't emailed you or you're missing something, you can chat me in the YouTube chat. And I just want to make sure, like, don't feel like you've been ignored. It's just trying to keep track of everything. Thank you.
And one last clarification, I know that initially the announcement on the website said that this was a meeting to discuss Dr. Power's contract. That is not accurate. You know, we put a clarifying note up on the website, so please do check that out. The first few speakers are council members, because at a special meeting, you can't just add items to the agenda, but a couple council members had things to speak about, so we will do those, and then we'll basically do student speakers in this first half, and then we'll do we'll go through all the adult speakers after that. Okay, so first up is Daniel, and then Deborah, you are on deck, and I'll do the timing, and I'll try to like give you a wave for 2:30 unless I have some scrap paper to hold up. Okay, go ahead, Daniel.
Hi everyone, my name is Daniel Andrade. I'm the student rep here on the LSC. My question was just for Dr. Powers, as the student elections. I know they were supposed to happen on Monday and they were held, to my knowledge. So I had a question previously of when are those going to occur, and like, is a time ample enough to like send it to the board so they can approve it? But I heard earlier on the announcements earlier this day that it's Friday. So I don't know if you want to like make an official announcement here, Dr. Powers, as well, just so like any students watching that didn't hear the announcement get to hear it today. But yeah, thank you.
Shall I respond?
Thanks, Daniel. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Roberts.
We changed the time frame for the LSC student representative elections. We're going to be recording statements from the students and sending those out to all of the members of the student body, with the vote projected to be on Friday during lunch periods.
Thank you.
Great. Deborah, you are up next, and then Ellen, you and Kim, or just you, or just Kim is next. Go ahead, Deborah.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Deborah Land. We've had so much discussion lately, and I hope my comment will help clarify some misunderstandings. Dr. Joe Powers has been a strong leader, and Jones College Prep has grown well under his leadership, achieving major recognition as a top school. He has every reason to be proud of these accomplishments, and as a school community, we are grateful. As LSC members, however, we are legally bound to the policies and procedures established by Chicago Public Schools, Chicago Board of Education, and the Illinois State Legislature, which govern our activities as council members in the oversight of our school. We didn't make the rules, but because they are imposed upon us, we are duty bound to follow them. Sometimes that leads to difficult or uncomfortable conversations with our school administration. If you believe that because Jones College Prep is so successful, we should have more leeway on how rules are followed here, please take your energy and your resources to the people who can actually make changes to the rules. Our CEO, Mr. Martinez, and the Chicago Board of Education members. In fact, you can take your requests to the upcoming Board of Ed meeting on December 5th at 10:30 a.m. during their public comment. Our current situation isn't fun or enjoyable for any of us, but what do you expect us to do? LSC members have a legal obligation to follow the rules we are given until such time as we receive guidance from CPS to the contrary. We would really welcome the opportunity to have a much more relaxed framework should it become possible. We thank Dr. Powers for his longstanding leadership of our school and all the good things that have happened here. The best is yet to be.
Thanks, Deborah. And Ellen and Kim.
Thank you. So I'm going to start and then Kim will finish. So we are partnering here. So I just wanted to say first, I'd like to welcome public participants to this meeting. I appreciate you taking the time and bringing your voices to this space. And I want to recognize and acknowledge that there are a very diverse set of perspectives that are present. And so I would like to remind the LSC and public participants that while we may disagree, fundamentally, we share many core values around making Jones a community that welcomes, supports, and educates all our students. As individuals speak, I would like to ask that we all please recognize that unless otherwise stated, they speak for themselves and not for others. Many of us, myself included, are deeply invested in the aspect of our identity that connects us to Jones, whether as a principal, employee, a student, a parent, or an LSC member. I hope that as we interact, we can recognize and respect how our personal identities intersect with our professional roles, and keep our shared vision and goals for Jones as a school at the forefront, both as we speak and as we listen to each other. Thank you.
Oh, is Kim frozen? She is.
Kim's frozen.
I just messaged her to let her know.
I will list the next couple of speakers, and then, okay, we'll just give you the next couple. Max Cordy, Riley Montgomery, and Cole Francis are all up next. And should we wait for Kim's next half, Ellen?
Yeah, we can give her a minute to rejoin, and if she's unable to, she's just shared the document with me as well that she wanted to share.
So let's just give her a second.
Okay, she says her internet crashed, so I'm going to go ahead,
Okay.
If it's okay with everyone present, and present on her behalf. So give me a moment. I will screen share. So it's like the teacher mode. So Kim and I, many months ago, worked together in conjunction with the LSC to come up with norms for our meeting space, and we have lapsed a little bit in reminding everybody present of those norms at each meeting, but we did want to encourage everyone present to just consider the following. So for all of us to recognize and monitor our own airtime, so being aware when we may be occupying more airtime than other members of the council or participants. Again, this speaks to what I said earlier about speaking for ourselves. So we're using I statements, practicing oops and ouch, recognizing that there will be instances in which an oops occurs or an ouch is felt, and speaking that in the moment. Assuming positive intention of everyone who's participating and speaking, and that there are shared goals present. And then finally, the norm of being solution oriented, so recognizing that we are coming together with goals in mind, with hopefully specific actionable steps that can be taken to achieve those goals that are solutions. Okay, so thank you. And again, that's Kim and I really wanted to bring that to the forefront of everybody's mind right now.
Yeah, thanks, Ellen.
Sorry, Kim.
My CPS issues Chromebook tonight, so I'm just gonna keep camera off anytime I speak.
Thanks, Kim and Ellen. Get my timer ready here. Okay, Max Cordy is next in here.
Hi, sorry. So Cassie, I actually just shared with you my document that is I should have attached to, but I had not finished it yet. So basically, I just kind of wanted to talk about administration victim blaming and protecting abusers. And so I had conversations with Mr. Mitchell and with Dr. Plunkett. However, I recorded one of my conversations with Mr. Mitchell because neither of my parents were able to be in the call, and I didn't feel comfortable just like not having it recorded in some form. So on the document that I sent to you, there is a link to the audio recording and there is a link to the transcript. And so I just wanted to kind of, obviously we don't have time to do either one of those, but I just kind of wanted to mention a little bit of what he said. So in case not all of you are aware, a safety plan is in place to protect students against assaulters or people that they find dangerous to them. And so I had one put in place because a boy at Jones assaulted me. And then when I was speaking to Mr. Mitchell, he informed me that this student had filed a harassment claim against me. And when I told him that I had not harassed the boy, he claimed that I was defaming him because I didn't have his permission to post about it. And as a victim of sexual assault in this situation, I felt that that was very just victim blaming, right? Because you're sitting here telling me that I'm not allowed to share my story because I don't have his permission. He didn't have my permission when he groped me, and yet here we are. So I personally just found that very disrespectful. And then throughout the entire meeting, he was not using like active phraseology that would make it so I thought that he didn't believe me, but just the way that he was phrasing certain things, such as he put air quotes when he said around what happened, what you say happened. And he said that he just, the way that he was talking to me was very hypothetical. He was saying, you know, if this happened, and I, you know, like it's only your side of the story, which I don't know if any of you are also victims of assault, but hearing that is just it crushes you because it's so difficult to go to administration in the first place and tell them that a person at Jones has assaulted you, and then for them to sit there and to minimize what you have gone through or to imply that it didn't happen the way that you said it did, or to imply that you're fabricating some part of it. It was just, it's very disrespectful to me, and I this isn't something new with Jones. There have been countless times that are also listed on the document, a few of them, where admin has just completely ignored assault claims against Jones students. And so I just feel that every single person in the administration, number one, needs some sort of training to deal with people who have been assaulted. And number two, at least need to have basic human empathy and not victim blame or use potential phraseology that can imply victim blaming. So that was all I had. But I'm sure that Ms. Cresswell will share the document with all of the rest of you. So
Thanks, Mac. And Lenny has a comment in the chat there. Yeah, thank you so much for speaking. And I know we have this like very tight timeline tonight. Don't let that think that your comments are not significant and that they are really important, and we will follow up with you. Okay. I think Cole and Riley were going to switch places, and Cole was going to start and Riley was going to follow up. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Rayleigh's name is actually pronounced Rayleigh.
Sorry.
Yeah, not Riley. But yeah, so I will be, so this is kind of just some materials that go along with what we'll be presenting tonight. So first off, my name is Cole Francis. I'm a senior at Jones and co-president of Black Leaders and Mentors and student body treasurer of the Student Government Association. And we are coming at kind of an unprecedented evening, discussing some of the leadership at Jones. So I'll just go ahead and go over my statement. So after researching the duties for Chicago Public Schools principals, I'm astonished by the unresponsive nature of our principal, Dr. Powers. In my experience, it took over 33 days for our principal to indirectly respond to a matter of great importance to me, even after 3 emails. And this is not an isolated experience of our principal's continued behavior. Further, the inclusive environment and representation of Jones has been stifled by our principal's support of right-wing extremists and organizations. Just last year, in an array of liked tweets on his own Twitter account, our principal has shown to be derisive to liberals and people of color. These liked posts were authored by individuals expressing forthright ideologies based in racism, sexism, and xenophobia. The authors include David Limbaugh, younger brother of Rush Limbaugh, and Ben Shapiro, a radical conservative. And one tweet included the hashtag Blue Lives Matter. For a school that claims to value diversity and forward-thinking pupils, I feel less inclined to align with and trust a professional that has overseen the school for 13 years and devoted minimal effort to meet students where they are. Someone who embraces the ideology of police against Black lives, anti-immigration, and political figures that undermine the values of anti-racism Jones is working toward is not fit to manage a progressive school in the city of Chicago. I have seen little to no consideration or acknowledgement of issues affecting the Black student body and families that have contributed immense amounts of time and resources to this school. I am profoundly disappointed in the actions of this principal as I progress in my final year at Jones. I ask that the local school council and Jones community at large consider, is this how we want to be represented as a selective enrollment CPS high school that is working toward cultivating an inclusive culture? I can only hope for a more equitable and transparent future for the Jones community as we move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Cole. Rayleigh?
Hi, I can't turn on my camera today because of Wi-Fi issues, but I will just go ahead and get started. So, hi, my name is Rayleigh Montgomery. I'm a senior at Jones and a leader on the board of Black Student Union and the Student Voice Committee. To further what Cole has stated, As the Black Coalition and also as seniors at Jones, we are saddened by what we have seen from our principal over the years. Today, we met with all of the administration for the first time in my 4 years of being at Jones to talk about what we would like to see this year in terms of activities and communications. This discussion was very productive. However, some of the grievances shared with me by my fellow students in a way overshadow that progress. I was made aware that there are parents here to tell you about their experiences with our principal. However, students are the only ones directly affected by the choices being made tonight. As parents of a school that is majority white, you share a very different experience with our principal, and that needs to be taken into account. Black students have real concerns that need to be met, and these concerns should not only be heard when it is beneficial to the LSC or any other group. As a board member of 2 different affinity clubs, I want to make sure that changes are being made to support current and future students in order to make Jones the inclusive space it claims to be. I am very hopeful for the future of Black students at this school through the work that other administrators are putting in. However, actions taken have a direct effect on students of color. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rayleigh. Thank you so much, Cole. Sorry, losing my list here. Next up is William Clancy, and then on deck is Ariel McGee.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. So I'm Will. I'm a senior at Jones. I'm going to be super quick because you guys have a really busy schedule. Sorry about that. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to the LSC and administration. I appreciate all the work you guys do to keep our school running. I did just want to share some feelings I have felt and also felt in conversations with many of my Jones students, my Jones peers, which is that while I appreciate all of the work that is going on in the LSC, and I appreciate that I watched the last meeting and that members of this group and administration feel that there may be some communication issues. I totally recognize that. I am really happy that both groups are working to fix that. I am a little bit frustrated because I do feel that students are a little bit left out of the loop. There was this email sent out to parents, which I received from a friend's mother, which was inviting parents to come speak at this meeting. And that's great because we should always include civic participation in our local councils and things like that. But I was frustrated that the students didn't get an email. And I often feel that students are encouraged to be left out of these kinds of conversations. And I don't mean to say that I think anyone here is specifically encouraging that, but I do think that I would appreciate it if all groups involved made more of an effort to include students in these conversations. I appreciate there are a lot of students who have been able to speak up tonight, and that's great. And I appreciate, we have a student representative and Daniel is doing a great job. And I appreciate also that we are holding elections for more student representatives. I'm really excited about that. But I am frustrated that students are not always in the loop on these issues. And also that there's a lot of things that students haven't been told. There's a lot of concern about this, about that the email said there was discussion of Dr. Power's contract, and I read the LSC post on the Jones website, which clarified all of that, and it was really informative. It really helped clear up a lot of my misconceptions, a lot of my concerns about what it meant for Jones, our selective enrollment status, and all of those things. But that post was shared with me by a teacher, rather than through any of the channels that I think should be, whether that's by LSC or administration or in a public place. Obviously, this is a public group. And so I did just want to express that I appreciate all the work LSC does and all the work the administration does, but I wish there was more outreach to students. I'm a little frustrated that the meeting is closed, and I of course recognize this council's right to close that meeting as per the Open Meetings Act. I've read the act, I'm familiar with it, and I appreciate there are definitely sensitive issues that will be discussed, but I did just want to say, while I appreciate all the work that you guys do, I am slightly frustrated that I do feel students are fighting for information and for a voice. And I also feel, I guess, that, there are 3 pillars to the Jones community. There's the administration, the local school council, and the students. And I feel like often the students are sort of left out of that discussion. And yeah, I just wanted to share those thoughts, especially because this is such an important meeting that people have concerns over. Sorry, I'm out of time. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of your time. Have a great night.
Thank you, Will. Yes, we basically have been sending out like a monthly email. I know that parents get it because I get it. I don't know if that actually goes to teachers and students. I hope it does. It's intended for the whole school community and for all LSC members, like anyone in the school community is your constituent. Yes, that email we typically link to it from our Instagram page as well, our link tree. So that's where you can find that. We've had a lot of special meetings this year and a few emergency meetings, and I don't think there's been any emails that have announced them previously, but certainly when an email goes out about one, it would be great that it would go to students too. And I think having 2 additional students on the LSC to like carry that representation burden should help this immensely as well. But we certainly want additional feedback from students generally. Okay, Ariel, and then on deck is Raquel.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ariel McGee. I'm a junior at Jones. I'm a board member of Black Student Union and president of a few other clubs at Jones, and I hold a couple of leadership positions at Jones as a whole. I completely agree with everything that my fellow Black Coalition members have said, Cole and Rayleigh. And as a Black junior, I would just like to voice my frustration with the LSC. I believe that if the LSC truly wanted to focus on the voices of students and specifically students of color, they would have reached out to club leaders from different affinity groups, not just members of the Black Coalition. While it's great that you all did reach out to members of the Black Coalition, this puts us in a difficult position because we are forced to speak not only for Black students, but also for other students of color who could have better been represented by club leaders from their specific affinity groups. Aside from this, though, as a student of color, I personally feel that the actions of our administration are just now starting to reflect some of the various needs of students of color. The new actions happening this year are not perfect, but are much more than what I saw during my freshman year. And this being said, I would hate to lose Dr. Powers or any other administrators in the next couple months to years without seeing Dr. Powers and our other administrators complete their goals to more adequately support students of color. I feel that removing or changing any administration within the next couple months to year will lead to a lot of confusing changes that I, as well as other current and future students, will have to struggle through, along with staff and teachers. If our overall goal is to help support students, then the best that I believe we can do is not only listen to students more, but listen to the voices of students of color and follow their suggestions for administrators to build a better community for all students in tangent with the work that administrators and teachers are already doing. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ariel. And next is Raquel, and then Simon is on deck. There's Simon. Okay, great.
Okay.
Go ahead, Raquel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Raquel Don. I have 3 kids, a son that is a 3rd-year college student, a freshman at Jones, and a 7th grader at my neighborhood CPS. I have been on a LSC, not this one, of course, my kids' elementary LSC for 7 years now. I have been chosen to be on CPS's Parent Board of Governors. And I would just like to state that I feel that transparency of the LSC would be greatly appreciated by all stakeholders of the Jones community. It is best for students when the LSC listens to all parent and guardian voices. Even if there is a difference of opinion, there is a productive way to respectfully work through it, especially if the student's best interest is in your heart. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Raquel. And Simon is up next. And then Jose is on deck. Jose disappeared. So go ahead, Simon.
Simon, you might be on mute.
So we might skip ahead to Jose. Simon, are you there? And let's see. Okay. After Jose is Norman. And so actually, Norman, if you're ready, we can go with you first.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, great.
Great, thank you.
Back to Simon and Jose. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. I'm the proud parent of a Jones senior. I'm also the parent of a Jones graduate. My son graduated 4 years ago, and I have a daughter who went to another selective enrollment high school. Our family's ties with Jones, interestingly, actually go back about 100 years because my wife's grandmother attended it in the 1920s when it was called Jones Secretarial School. Thank you again for giving me the chance to talk tonight. There are two things I'd like to do with my time. The first is to share my thoughts about Dr. Powers and, frankly, my dismay that his performance is the subject of this special meeting. I'll also note that I'm not entirely sure why this meeting is happening because based upon my review of the bylaws, this council's powers as it concerns the principal are limited to conducting an annual evaluation of Dr. Powers' performance and a cumulative evaluation of his performance in the 4th year of his contract. Now, as it concerns Dr. Powers, having been here for 8 years, I think it would be difficult to characterize his performance as anything other than superlative. Jones is the 3rd ranked high school in the state, number 57 in the nation. It is routinely the recipient of awards that weren't even an aspiration before his arrival. He is responsive and engaging with parents. He respects his teachers and staff. And as the letter that was circulated earlier today shows, they respect him. We have a great group of counselors and an absolutely spectacular collection of teachers and administrators who are truly committed to the education and welfare of our kids. And if you think that happens at every high school in the city, or even every selective enrollment high school, you'd be wrong. None of that happens without tremendous leadership, which brings me to my second point. I do understand that this council has requested some information from Dr. Powers and that it believes that he was not sufficiently responsive. I'm not going to address the specific requests, obviously, or the fact that some other people have questioned the motives of some members of this council. What I will say is that there is a very large and quickly growing group of parents that are concerned about the way this council is treating Dr. Powers. Actually, alarmed would be a better word. And I have spent far more time than I planned watching videos of council meetings over the past few days. And I have to say, based upon watching those, I do think some of those concerns are well-founded. The manner in which some members of this council have treated Dr. Powers has been condescending and demeaning. At times, it appeared to be mocking him. As a parent, it was embarrassing to watch. As someone who has sat on boards and presented at board meetings, it is difficult to understand what purpose was served by making an orchestrated presentation complete with slides, listing each time you believe he failed to timely produce information. It appeared designed solely to shame him. You may have a legitimate gripe as it concerns the information you requested. I'm sure Dr. Powers has quite a bit on his plate these days, including trying to facilitate a return to school under unbelievably trying circumstances. Regardless, this council's bylaws make clear that it shall at all times support the principal, the faculty, and the staff. Please, please make this council one that works cooperatively and respectfully with the administration to support its efforts, not to tear it down. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much, Norman. And now, Simon, I think you are ready, correct?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead. And
Okay,
then after
good.
Simon, we'll do
Hi,
Amy.
I have 3 kids go to Jones. Since my kid go to Jones, I know Dr. Power, so he did a good job. And from the fighting for the new building, okay, if not, they cannot have them a student, okay. So I appreciate her help. I know the LSC. I just let you know 2 days ago, I'm on the parking lot of the supermarket that's about a mile from Jones. I saw a carjack 2 feet in front of me. Lucky that guy doesn't have a gun. Okay, they robbed someone's car. Okay, so it's danger outside. So I hope LSC have enough money for training the security guard to protect our students. Thank you, Dr. Power. You do a good job. I appreciate it. And then if they give you 4-year contract, too bad. I don't have any kids to go to Jones. I don't have a grandchild yet. Okay, so too bad. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. Amy Hand is up next. Max, can you put your comment in the chat if possible? Go ahead, Amy.
Hi, my name is Amy Hand, and I would like to comment on the last Jones LSE meeting. As background, I've spent this past year regularly attending these extremely long Jones LSE monthly meetings, each one lasting 3 to 4 hours, as well as some LSE committee meetings. I have attended many additional special and emergency meetings that have been called by the LSE as well. I was prompted to start attending these meetings in November 2020 when Dr. Powers and Mr. Mitchell were concerned over the combative nature of the then newly elected LSE members. Since then, I have seen the LSE spend their tenure grinding this administration with onerous and repetitive information requests in the middle of a pandemic where remote learning had to be created from scratch and was followed by return to classroom learning as an extra challenging start to this school year. In the beginning, being brand new, I witnessed the LSE members needing lengthy tutorials on the budget and the quirks of CPS rules and routines for high schools. I observed patient Jones administration explanations being met with LSE members' disrespectful, pedantic tone and numerous additional requests for detailed management information and new projects on top of the school's daily responsibilities. While attempting to meet the LSE's demands, I have seen the Jones staff regularly accused of dereliction of duty and incompetence. At the most recent meeting on November 9th, 2021, when the principal was accused of not responding to the mountain of information requests, he took an extraordinary step of leaving the meeting early, but not one of the LSE members tried to see it from the administration side. I heard your conversation about what he did. Not one of you could conceive of the possibility that the LSE's conduct and actions have played a part in this situation. This LSE has blinders on, and in their own eyes, the LSE is infallible. Dr. Powers' decision to leave the last meeting early was, to my mind, born out of a year enduring the LSE's non-collaborative approach to school management. That is my testimony as a witness. As an LSC, you regularly mention that the Jones administration answers to you by law. In the same breath, you mention you're an elected body. But when one of your largest constituent groups, parents, make public statements supporting the administration, it's ignored. Instead, my experience of the public participation portion of the LSE meetings has become an exercise of shouting into the abyss, after which it's back to the agenda. The parent body never receives any information about what you're working on. I don't receive monthly emails that you mentioned earlier. I would emphasize the initiatives you bring to the table are so important and I support them, but please, I request everyone, especially the LSE officers, examine the conduct and the tactics that you're using. And for the sake of the students of Jones College Prep, improve collaboration with all of your school's stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Amy. Let's go back to Jose. Jose, are you there?
Hello? Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Yes. So my name is Jose Hernandez. I had a daughter graduate from Jones last June. So I just want to say that this LSE at Jones is very generous in allowing 3 minutes to speak for public participation. LSCs and even the CPS board only give people for public participation 2 minutes. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for the extra minute. And I know a lot of people have requested additional time. And so I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to request additional time because the school has failed terribly at providing Spanish translation during these meetings. So I ask respectfully of this LSC that if I can have an additional 3 minutes so that I can do one version in English and one version in Spanish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So, una de las cosas que quiero yo hablar hoy aquí es acerca de la falta de traducción de estas reuniones. Se le ha pedido muchas veces, bastantes veces a la escuela a que traduzca las reuniones y que provea documentación también en español y en otros lenguajes para los papás que son monolingües y que no tienen forma de entender las reuniones porque las han hecho solamente en inglés. Ahora, la Jones es una escuela que tiene suficientes recursos para hacer esto. Las escuelas que yo conozco, todas sin fallar, sin faltar una sola, han podido resolver este asunto en cosa de días, en cosa de semanas, en cosa de un mes, nada más. Y esta escuela tiene que hacer reuniones, tiene que participar diferentes personas, tiene que hacer papeleo, tienen que hacer un montón de cosas que hacen, menos traducir. Eso es lo que se le está pidiendo y eso es lo que no hacen. La otra cosa también es de que toma bastante valor para las víctimas de explotación sexual hablar en estas reuniones. Toma bastante valor de estos estudiantes que hoy han hablado en favor de cambios en la escuela, pero que la escuela sigue ignorándolos una y otra vez más. Los ignoran, le echan la culpa a los estudiantes de que ellos causaron el problema, los atacan. No les hacen caso, no les ponen atención sobre la cosa que está pasando. Durante la reunión pasada nos dimos cuenta cómo el director se fue a atacar a miembro del concilio, al señor Mangíbar. Él reportó un asunto que había pasado en la escuela. Sin embargo, el director ahí se actuó rápido. Para eso sí actuó bien rápido. Rápido dijo que eso no era profesional. La forma que reportó el señor Mangíbar, que no era profesional de él, lo atacó y dijo que no era la forma de hacer las cosas. Ahí vemos la diferencia. Él es súper rápido en apagar fuegos, en que los estudiantes no se escuchen, en que los padres no se escuchen, pero a la hora de hacer un cambio, a la hora de que se le está pidiendo de que hagan la traducción para los padres que no pueden hacerla o que no entienden esas reuniones, ahí falla. Ahí tienen que hacer reuniones, ahí tienen que hacer papeleo, ahí tienen que hacer un montón de cosas y las hacen, pero no hacen lo que se les está pidiendo, no traducen. Yo participé en esas reuniones al principio de la primavera, en marzo, y les pedí esto también. Y eso se les ha pedido una y otra vez desde el invierno pasado. Y como les dije, las escuelas que yo conozco rápido actúan, toman el caso, actúan y proveen información en español, en chino, en polaco, en el idioma que lo tengan que hacer. Y eso que son escuelas de barrio. Y eso que son escuelas que no tienen los recursos. Sin embargo, Jones sí tiene los recursos, pero no lo hace. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué no le importa a la comunidad monolingüe? ¿Por qué no son importantes los casos de acoso sexual? de ataque sexual? ¿Por qué no es importante las comunidades de color, las sus comunidades de latinos, las comunidades afroamericanas, las comunidades chinas, cualquiera? Tenemos caso y otro y otro y otro, donde se les ha pedido que hagan, que actúen, que hagan cambios y no lo hacen. ¿Qué es lo que hacen? Atacar al estudiante, atacar. Si atacaron a un padre, y no nomás a un padre, a un miembro del concilio la semana pasada, ya me imagino lo que hacen con los estudiantes. So one of the things that I wanted to bring up is the issue with translation. Since the beginning of the school year, parents have requested that meetings be translated into different languages. And the school has failed terribly at providing those translations. Time and again, people, parents, community have asked that the school provide translations. And what happens? There's meetings, there's paperwork, there's this, that, and the other, but there's no translations. There's no translations. There's lack of translations. This dismissive way of treating the community, this dismissive way of not attending to the needs of the parents are the same thing that students are claiming that is happening at Jones. They're being dismissed. They're not being listened to. They're being blamed for the things that happen at school. We witnessed how during the meeting last week, Mr. Manjibar was dismissed and also attacked by the school principal for bringing up an issue. There, the administration was too quick action in taking down Mr. Manjibar for bringing up an issue. How come the school does not have this urgency to translate? How come the school does not have this urgency in attending the issues at school? Sexual harassment, sexual abuse, those are very complicated experiences for the students that can damage them for life, and yet the school is very dismissive in attending those things, but it's really quick in attacking the parents. It's really quick in attacking the students and dismissing them. We need to change that. I participated in the meeting, if I remember correctly, was in March, requesting that the school provide translation, and the school has not done it. The school has failed terribly. It's time. You know, at that time, I blame that on the virus and every issue that came along with the virus. But right now, months and months later, it's not really the virus, it's the administration. And when I say administration, I'm saddened to say that Dr. Powers is a person that can change all of these things. But he's not doing that. He is not doing that. He started failing miserably at providing protection for the students, at providing for the needs of the students whenever they're attacked whenever there are issues in school, and also for the parents, for the community. So the attack on Mr. Benjiver is just a reflection of the same thing that happens all the time at Jones. There's more and more of this being reflected in social media, and it's a shame that Jones, a top school in the state, not only in the city, but in the state, is showing this kind of behavior. And more people of the public are finding out the truths they hide behind the closed doors of the school. And only the students and the parents know about this. So now, from now on, it's not going to be only on the principal, it's going to be also on you, LC. You need to act. You need to talk to Mr. Powers and convince him that there needs to be change for the positive, not just like attacking whoever comes and reports an issue to the school. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jose. Our next speaker, sorry, I didn't think I did an on deck one, is going to be Max Stein. And then the last speaker before of this first participation session is Rev Martin. So Max, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is Max Stein, and I and my family are new to Jones this year. So far, we have been delighted with the experience. Most importantly, that includes our daughter, who seems to be tolerating her classes. She is a teenager after all, making wonderful new friends with whom she has deeply bonded already, and enjoying being part of the Jones community, if not these actual comments this evening. This is a wonderful thing that is a credit to many, many people in the community more generally. While my family and I are new to Jones, we are not new to CPS. When our older daughter graduates from Lane at the end of this school year, she will be the third generation of our family to have gone to CPS schools for kindergarten through high school. And the fourth generation, my grandmother, my kid's great-grandmother, worked at CPS. I'm also not new to the issues with principals, LSCs, and issues between LSCs and principals. I had the opportunity to chair our kids' elementary LSC during a period when the principal was not effective and worked with CPS to successfully address the situation. I relay this history to try to communicate that I believe I get what it means to be part of CPS, the good, the bad, and sadly, sometimes the ugly. And I know what it is like to be part of a local school council and how hard that can be. With this history, and as someone who is new to Jones, I was quite surprised to learn of the issues that are apparently being addressed at tonight's meeting. At the same time, I am confused and expect that others are too. The comments I've heard this evening have been useful to help me begin to understand the issues, but there's much more that I feel like I do not understand. I feel like I do not yet know enough to understand what might and should happen next. And so I would urge everyone involved in whatever it is that is going on to work to make sure that the Jones community understands what is going on and can understand and participate in whatever the resolution might be. As one of the students pointed out earlier in her comments, I believe it was Ariel, that particularly resonated with me. Anything that might be done now will have significant repercussions for the students. To aid in this effort, I have a few questions that I think it would be helpful to better understand. I'm still not clear that I understand the purpose of tonight's special meeting, and I did not see that purpose included in the agenda that was approved at the start of the meeting. Can you please clarify that and clarify whether it was decided to have the discussion that is the purpose of this meeting in a closed session? And if so, when and why? I understand that the LSC feels that there have been issues getting information from Dr. Powers. That is certainly unfortunate. At the same time, I know that there is a lot of reporting within CPS, and that while well-intentioned, not all of it is effective. Have the LSC and the administration talked about what information each would like to be seeing to see if there's common ground on what information could be shared and on what schedule? Have the issues that have been identified by the students in their comments this evening been a part of the LSC's discussions with the school administration? During the last LSC meeting, I heard about how the LSC had been copied on emails to Dr. Powers seeking information. Emails sent to a majority of a quorum of the LSC are subject to the Open Meetings Act. And so I'm curious if those emails and any other among 4 or more LSC members are available someplace for people to view. And finally, is it the LSC's view that they have the power to fire a principal prior to the expiration of his or her contract? And if so, what is the basis for this view? To be clear, I do not expect that these questions will be answered during this evening's meeting. I do hope, though, that they will be addressed in the near future and before any final decisions are made, so that everyone can better understand the issues being addressed by the LSC. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Max. Let's see here. Next up is Rev Martin, and I can cover. We are having a special meeting because, so to have a special meeting, either the chair can call a special meeting with 48 hours notice, or 4 members of the council can call a special meeting. The agenda for the meeting, you guys can see, it's the standard things that we have to have in every meeting. And then a couple computer science teachers brought up the issues with SAPA at the last meeting, but we couldn't vote on what they were encouraging us to vote on because it wasn't on the agenda soon enough. So we've added that. We were having a closed session to discuss personnel matters. Closed sessions, you don't actually have to put the content on the agenda. The last thing is in more public participation. We also have check approvals because sometimes those come up in between regular meetings, and so that's sort of an item of convenience to add, but I don't think we actually have any to vote on tonight. If there are substantive votes, those have to be on the agenda for the public to see 48 hours in advance. So the school community should not worry that votes can happen in closed sessions. Only discussions can happen in closed sessions, that hopefully should clear up some things for people.
Cassie, if I might, I'm still confused what the purpose of the meeting was, and a special meeting requires a stated purpose.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that. I was one of the 4, and one of the reasons I wanted to have this special meeting was that I thought we should have a discussion about what happened at the last meeting. And I knew that Dr. Powers would not be able to attend the December meeting because he will be out of town on vacation. And so I didn't want it to fester for 2 months. I thought as a council, we need to have a path forward so that we can have a functioning relationship with our principal. We need this to work. This is a partnership, and can't do that unless we are working together. So that was one of the reasons I wanted to meet.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. And Rev?
Hi, yeah.
Did I do that right?
Yeah, that's just my nickname. So my name is Arev Kamartin. Unfortunately, the Black Coalition statement had to be broken up so it could fit. So I'll just finish off what our thoughts were. So I am on the board of both the Black Leaders and Mentors and the Black Student Union. And unfortunately, both the LSC and administration put us in an unfavorable position tonight. We, separate from other cultural clubs and student leadership, were asked to speak specifically about the principal. And while but administration communicated differently to us that might be something inappropriate. And so the unclear messages we were being sent are an indication that perhaps neither party has our best interest in mind. In the future, the coalition would appreciate that our concerns were heard because we desire to make Jones a better place for students rather than to push some sort of agenda. It's also important that moving forward, clear communication and relationship is built between administration and the student body. So I hope that both the LSE and administration moves forward with the messages heard here tonight and takes action in a way that reflects the diverse and progressive Jones community, and more importantly, students' best interest. So thank you.
Just for clarification, I don't, like the LSC as a body didn't ask any particular people to speak. So I am very sorry if anyone felt pressure to speak or not to speak. Let me see here in this queue. Rachel, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel. I'm one of the community reps. I really appreciate that comment, and I also just want to reiterate, I have been talking to all members of the LSC as well as parents who reached out for public comment. I responded to some parents. Not everyone, I apologize, but I've been talking to Daniel as well. One of the students raised a public comment earlier about how students are not often involved in these meetings, and that really concerns me. And so I reached out to Daniel and asked if he knew of any students who might want to participate in tonight's meeting, not for any particular purpose, but just to participate. So I apologize if that was made unclear, the purpose was made unclear. I did say in my email I expected parents to participate and that I wanted students to participate as well. And Daniel connected to me to one student, Rayleigh Montgomery. And so I reached out to Rayleigh, but definitely not with the intention to call for a specific affinity group. But I do want students to participate in LSC meetings. That's really important. So thank you so much for your comment. But moving forward, I just think the LSC can definitely keep in mind when we ask students to speak, it's really important that we ask as many students as we can. CPS does not have very good guidelines about how LSC members should communicate with students, which is a really big problem because we're expected to work with the school community. And that includes, in my opinion, first and foremost, students. So the fact that there's not a clear procedure is an issue. I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you so much again.
And Dr. Powers, do you have any clarification on that from the administration side? I think Rev Martin mentioned the administration in that as well.
I don't have any knowledge of anyone on the administration discouraging students from participating. I do know that Ms. Zen sent emails directly to a number of Jones students urging them to participate and making the distinction between parents who would be coming to be supportive of the school administration, but then wanting to hear student voices. So we did see a copy of that email earlier today. But there was no such admonition or discouragement on the part of any member of the school administration.
Mr. Gray?
Yes. Question. The council, as a body or individual council members, you understand that you should not be contacting students using any of the electronic means. Any communication that goes out to the student population from your school has to come from the school and approved by the administration. Individual members, you should not be contacting students via email, text, phone calls, even if it's just a friendly invitation. I understand that absolutely. Just be mindful that any communications that go out to students has to come from the school and approved by the administration. I think someone had said they were not sure on what the policy was on contacting students. But just to be clear, any communication to students has to come from the school through the administration. Individual members, council members, you do not have the authority to reach out to students like that in mass. And that comes under Board Policy 6-18.
Can I just ask a follow-up question? Thank you so much. That's really helpful to know. I also don't really understand how that's supposed to work. I myself am certified to do field work with CPS. I'm the student teacher. I did want to add that. I don't know how that affects things, but I definitely don't want to be
You're the
doing
administrator,
anything.
you're a teacher at the school?
I'm not a teacher. No, I'm a education student at UIC, but I'm working with CPS students at Juarez High School. But I definitely want to get clarification on communications. So I will reach out to you after this meeting. I really appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you.
Yeah, not a, and the reason for that, if for nothing else, completely devoid of your school in any situation that exists, completely devoid of that, what we want to avoid, again, teachers contacting students outside of the school day on personal time, because some people could call that grooming. So to be very careful when those things take place. That's why we have those procedures written out. That if a communication is going to the student body, it has to come from the school. That's your protection. Because you don't want someone to send something out, someone takes offense at it, and then they go file a Title IX complaint against the sender. So it's part of your protection, it's part of the district protection as well. And that's why we have it in place. That's it.
Go ahead, Roberto.
Hey, Greg, it's Roberto. Thank you for that clarification. I just have one question about our student representatives. So we have one student representative now on the LSE, and eventually we'll have 2 more, so a total of 3. And then there are 3 committees, and I think at least 2 committees have student representatives on those. So when you're communicating with the committee, like, hey, we have a meeting coming up, and just informing them about those meetings, of our scheduled monthly meetings, is it appropriate to copy them on those emails? And I'm not saying just the student representatives that are on the LSE or the other LSE committees. Greg, I don't know if you heard my question or if you're on mute.
Sorry, I think we need to actually have someone.
I'm sorry. I was on mute.
Sorry,
My
Greg.
apologies.
Greg, can I take this? Thank you.
Sure.
I think we actually need someone from the Title IX office to clarify this and the law department, because the acceptable use policy covers volunteers, but not all LSC members are either level 1 or level 2 volunteers. So there's that distinction. In fact, if you are a volunteer, you are not given a cps.edu account, even though the volunteer policy says that you should use a cps.edu account to email. So there are significant issues in this, and they will get more significant as we have 2 additional student reps on every high school LSC and a student rep on elementary school LSCs now that have 7th and 8th grades. So I would like to get some official clarification, not just from OLSCR, but from Title IX, like OSP Title IX.
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, we are done with this first. Oh, no, we are not. Jeremy Manier, and please correct my pronunciation of your last name. Sorry.
That's close. Thanks. Jeremy Manier. Thanks, Cassie. And I just wanted to make a brief comment that we're parents at Jones. We've had now 2 children. There, 1 graduate who's at university now, and 1 who's a freshman. And no school is perfect, but we've found Jones to be exceptional in every way. And in my experience, that tends to start with the principal, and that's been our experience at Jones. I've seen situations where an LSC has gotten into a very bad relationship with the principal. And again, in my experience, seeing that happen at many different places in CPS and elsewhere, that tends to end badly. And in a situation like this, where the principal is performing well and the school is performing well, we as parents would urge the LSC especially and principal powers to work together constructively for the benefit of the school, for the benefit of the students, because we as parents support principal powers and we support the school. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Okay, that concludes our first session of public participation. If you are waiting to be in the second session, basically kind of stay tuned to the YouTube. We now are going to do the second item on the, or not second, but the sort of second substantive item here, CPS policies and procedures for SAPA. If you've already spoken, you can leave the meet now. So we should really mostly just have council members and some administrators and some visiting guests in here now. Okay. So also welcome to Maya Rodriguez. I think who's here from Senator Peters' office. Is that right, Maya? Put it in the chat.
Yes, I'm with Senator Peters' office. Could you just repeat that? My Wi-Fi just broke up.
Oh, I just wanted to say hi and acknowledge you for coming. So thanks for coming. Okay, so we will, let's go do number 5, CPS policies and procedures for SAPA. This came up in the public comment last week from Ms. Lalagan and Mr. Kolodi, who are both computer science professors. I think computer science professors in particular, or sorry, not professors, teachers have been especially impacted by the effective date of SAPA this summer, and that's the Student Online Personal Protection Act. I think especially the providers of some of the most common free software for computer science instruction, so like scratch.mit.edu and code.org, are not approved by CPS and have gotten completely entangled in the CPS process. And so computer science teachers around the district have really been some of the most outspoken about the issues with this policy and the particular implementation in CPS. So we were requested to basically approve or to send a letter or a resolution, and both Ms. Lalaga and Mr. Kolodi brought similar statements to us. So I just kind of cleaned up their statement a little and made it a little less footnotey and kind of bare bones. Sarah, can you share the doc if you want? Yeah, so it's kind of, there's like been just a couple key things, like, you know, computer science curricula have been impacted a lot. Student newspaper software has really been impacted heavily. And as part of that, even some things that are probably general audience applications have been like taken away, even though this law doesn't apply to general audience like sites and services. And so that's been especially a problem for newspapers. And then really just a whole array of things that are in use all around the state and are SAPA compliant in like every other district in Illinois has been taken away in CPS. And so that's like a major equity issue. It's a major pedagogical issue, especially as teachers have switched over last year for remote learning and to use a lot of new tech, and they got it all up and running last year, and then have now suddenly had that whisked away. And there's not really a particularly justifiable legal reason, given that all these other places in the state can use it. And so that is a major issue all around the district, including at Jones. And there's some simple things that CPS could do to make this, to fix this and give everyone access to this stuff. And, it's both an equity issue and it's also a student voice issue when it starts implementing or affecting media and publications. So that's basically the summary of this letter. And in this draft, I put that we could send it to the Chicago Board of Ed and the CEO. And that's my suggestion. So if people have another suggestion that we could, or any other edits to make right now, if there's general interest in voting on this tonight. Yeah, so I will open it up to council members for comments and suggestions and, like additional asks or whatever. Go ahead, Deborah.
As I look at this, this looks very much like what we heard from our professionals in this arena. And I think that I would be very comfortable voting yes for this document. I don't see anything in here that makes me uncomfortable. And in fact, I think the more people who speak up and say there's an easy solution to this and we don't understand why you're not doing it, it makes a lot of sense.
Cassie, you're muted.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Oh, I just concur with Deborah. I read through it, and I think I know the meeting that was in the Board of Ed meeting tomorrow. So it's not like we could go present it there, but we could send it. We could actually try to work with the teachers too and send someone to the Board of Ed meeting in December. I know they can't really leave school, but that's something that I'm interested in talking about more.
Thanks, Sarah. Any other thoughts on this letter? Troy, go ahead.
Having been directly affected by SOPA, I'm wondering if like the impact to me when I read this isn't really shown. I mean, there's 40,000 students within CPS that can't access code.org. There's much more than just Adobe InDesign that are being impacted. I'm in favor of sending the letter. I would like to see maybe more things that show the impact that it's had. That would just be my 2 cents.
We can do some edits on the spot and then vote if you'd like to do that. I'm gonna stick a couple things in there, like we can, if you want some examples, like under including many programs that have long been key for high school computer science curricula, like e.g. code.org. Do you want to add something, Troy? Or is that your old hand? Sorry.
Yeah.
Roberto?
I guess this question is for Troy. I think that's a great idea of listing out maybe a few more items on there. Troy, are you asking just for some time? Do you feel comfortable listing some things now, or do you want to take a few days and then maybe at the next LSC we can present this again?
I mean, I would be more than happy to be on the board call too with someone from this LSC if we want to send this letter, and then in the meantime work on some maybe stronger verbiage that includes more examples. I just don't get the sense from CPS that they fully realize the impact that it's had and how disruptive it's been. Like I said, I've experienced this throughout everything I do, from the website to our communications with parents. So like, and I hear quite a bit from our CS teachers how this has impacted them as well in the classroom. So I don't know. I mean, I think this is probably fine just to get the ball rolling, but maybe at the board meeting, if someone wants to talk, and I'd be happy to, go into more details once I've finalized some details on exactly how those have been impacted from our school and as a district.
Go ahead, Deborah.
I was wondering, would it be even more effective to do more than one letter, one from the LSC, which is more general, and then Troy, perhaps one from you or the school itself, saying this is how we in our school are affected, and that the LSC becomes kind of the support, the broad support, saying, hey, we recognize that our school has an issue, and then the school can provide documentation that says here's our letter, and here's the issues that we face in specifically in our classes and with which softwares we're working with. Because as a council member, I'm a little hesitant to do a deep dive into each software. I don't think that's the best use of the council time, and I really think that that voice from the school of how this is personally affecting you is more powerful. I think doing both but separate might be helpful. Just an idea.
Thanks, Deborah. Sarah?
And I just wanted to clarify, it's not like a separate meeting with the board. We don't get that. We would have to go and sign up for a public participation spot and then hang out and then talk about it. So, which is a commitment, which is not it's not necessarily something that we can't do. It's just it's not so easy to get a meeting with the whole board.
Yeah, so you can request office hours. So for this month's meeting, which is tomorrow, the sign up was yesterday. And then I think Deborah mentioned the sign up for next month. But you can also request office hours, and it's kind of just one-off appointments. Yes, so if there's interest in that, we could do that. People are also welcome to share this letter if we pass it with other LSCs. And so there's impact in multiple LSCs passing the same letter. Or passing similar letters and lots of LSCs sending letters as LSCs. So.
I mean, we could do both. We can sign our own tonight if we want to, and then we can also reach out to the other LSCs and say, we signed this letter. Is anyone else interested? Then we could put together another letter that was from more LSCs. So it doesn't have to be either or, it could be both.
So I'm happy to make a motion on this that we send this letter to the Board of Ed and the CEO, and that we share it with other LSCs to consider sending something similar and encouraging them to send something similar.
I could second. Any discussion? So quiet. Does cool with you, Troy?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Okay. Roll call? Multiple letters. Okay. Andrade?
Yay.
Bowman?
Yay.
Bugs?
Council members, I don't feel as well informed, so I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
Okay. Bugs abstain. Serna Prado?
Yay.
Cresswell?
Yay.
Okay. Hillbrands?
Yay.
Land?
Yay.
Mana Hoppenworth?
Yay.
Ma, yay. Martinsek?
Yes.
Menjivar?
I'm going to abstain because I'm not too familiar with the situation.
Okay. Menjivar abstaining. Powers?
Yay.
And Zen?
Yay.
Okay, so we have 11 yays, so the motion carries. Okay. Okay. Cassie, you are
Yes.
muted.
Yikes. So our next item is personnel matters. I would like to go into closed session, and I would also like to add someone to the closed session, so that I think is 2 separate votes, basically. Go ahead, Dr. Powers.
You're muted, Dr. Powers.
I beg your pardon. I would like to request that Mr. Gray and Ms. Chokshi be allowed to take part in the closed session this evening.
I second that, if that was a motion, but I agree with Dr. Powers.
So I'd like to discuss that motion before we hold a vote. I would like the speaker that we have to add. I don't think the OLSCR needs to be there with us for that part. Yes, so my motion was to go into closed session. Then I guess we can do the motion to add the speaker, and then we have the motion to add the OLSCR reps. So I think we can hold those as if we. Oops. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Powers.
Can we know who the speaker is that's being added?
Yes, it's Rose Ryan, who is a Jones alumni.
Just a point of question, clarification. The closed session is just this additional speaker. Would there be any reason we would want to then have 2 closed sessions where we'd invite the OLSCR? And if we do that, then I think procedurally we'd have to do closed with Rose, I'm sorry, go back into open and then vote again for adding OLSCR to go back into closed. I think that's how you would have to do it from a.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, just to make it clear.
Do you want to do one before the other?
Yeah, I would prefer to do the discussion with Ms. Ryan first.
Okay, I think we should restate all the motions, but before we do that, is there any other discussion?
Go ahead, Daniel.
Just a point of clarification, sorry. So 2 separate closed session meetings, one with Ms. Ryan and one with the representatives from OLSCR. Is that correct, or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I also want to, sorry, I just wanted to address one thing in YouTube chat, which is, it was just like, why is this going into close? Oh, it says personnel related. Okay. Okay, so they're answering their own questions.
Yes, so for both the motions, they should cite the exception to discuss personnel matters in closed session.
Okay, and just for everyone on the call, know that when we go to closed session, we actually will go to a different Google Meet. You are more than welcome to stay on this meet. For the OLSCR people, I will need your email so I can send you the closed meet for the second meet. Troy, and are you going to be able to record 2 separate closed with the same? Okay, so that's all I wanted to know. I didn't. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure before I would lose people that I have everything I need. Rose, okay, all right, I'm good. Okay, so let's get to the minutes. And everyone's good? All right, so the first motion, Ms. Cresswell. Okay, yes, Jocks, Ms. Jocks.
Go ahead, Ms. Joxie.
Yes, let me just add Greg's email in the chat as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so to restate the motion, Ms. Cresswell made a motion to go into closed session. And to add, can I do this as the same one? And to add Miss Rose Ryan, a Jones alumni, to the closed session. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I'm going to take roll call for that. And then I think just for total transparency, I think we should do the other motion that says that we'll come back to open and then we'll go into closed again, or do you think we should just do it when we come back?
I think I guess I really do not know. It probably makes sense to come back and then do it because that's how it's.
Okay. All right. All right. So a second, I'm going to do a roll call. The motion again, just to repeat, was to go into closed session and add Ms. Rose Ryan of Jones Alumni to the closed session, citing the personnel exception. Personnel exception. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Andrade.
Yay.
Bowman.
Yay.
Buggs.
Yes.
Serna Prado.
Yes.
Cresswell.
Yeah.
Hillbrands.
Yay.
Land.
Yes.
Mana Hoppenworth.
Yes.
Ma. Yes. Martinsek.
Yes.
Menjivar.
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
Zen.
Yes.
Okay. So that motion carries. Everyone hang out. We'll go to closed session. We'll be as fast as possible and we'll come back. Okay. It is 7:36. Ellen.
Hi, I think it's the same link.
No, I have a different closed link. Is it
Okay. The calendar event is confusing me. Thank you.
There was a different calendar event that Troy sent.
Yeah, the one on my screen is when I click on it, it says closed session, but then it says everybody is in the call already.
Oh, Troy. Okay. So I think maybe first it was a mistake that it was the same session. So Cassie, can you just throw a Zoom maybe? Should we just do, what do you want to do?
Yeah, that's fine. We could do a Zoom link. Should we do that?
As long as it's recorded.
Yeah. That should.
I can also quickly.
Gonna give us a new one?
Yeah, the only reason I'd like Troy to do it is because then I get the transcript.
Yeah.
I don't get transcripts from Zoom.
Yeah, that works fine.
So Troy, just to, I will send you Rose Ryan's email for that link. Okay?
Hello?
All right, Roberta, we need to leave this one and go to a door.
Is the second link coming in our email?
Yeah, I'm adding it right now. So it would just give me 1 minute, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Hillbrands.
Cassie, do you know who Maya Rodriguez is? Her hand is raised.
Yes. Sorry. Go ahead, Maya. Or
Thanks. Just no worries. Just clarification question. because you are going into closed session, is it better that I connect with you sometime later, Cassie, then? Or should I stay on? I don't necessarily know how you will transition to closed meeting.
Yeah, we'll go into close, we'll come back out, we'll go back into close, and then there's gonna be like 15 more speakers in the public participation. All of it's recorded, so on the YouTube, oops, it's live streamed, and then it is just there to watch. So yeah, I think you should, there's not that much to discussion in open session left, so
Okay.
it's totally fine.
Okay, awesome. Sounds good. I'll send you an email in the morning, and I'll look over those other comments. But thanks for letting me come and look forward to talking.
Thanks so much.
Okay, bye, everybody.
All right, so everyone should have received an LSC meeting closed session 1, including Rosie Ryan, and then I'll set up the second one as a separate meeting.
Officers. We'll wait for Sarah to pop back up.
Yeah, I'm here. I just had to start the stream. Okay. I mean, I just had to join the meet from the right account. Thank you. We're ready.
Okay, great. So want to do roll call?
Yeah.
Should I bring us back to
Yes.
order?
Let me get my minutes. Okay, so we moved to open at 9:08 p.m. and I will do a roll call. Andrade,
Present.
Bowman,
Present.
Bugs,
Present.
Sternapado,
Here.
Cresswell,
Here.
Hillbrands,
Here.
Land,
Here.
Mana Hoppenworth,
Here.
Ma here, Martinsek,
Here.
Menjivar,
Present.
Dr. Powers,
Here.
Zen.
Here.
Okay. And this might sound crazy, but do we need to take a break?
Yes, before we listen to another 15 people, definitely. I think that would be a good idea.
Are we doing the 15 people? Are we doing another closed session or no?
People can make a motion either way. I guess we already motioned to go back in, but we can motion to cancel. Yes.
We asked our LCR reps to join us there, so I think we need to do that.
Okay. Will they be able to find, like, they have the link to go in there and find us, or do we?
They do have that link, but do we need to? Is it Rachel?
Go ahead, Rachel.
I know, I mean, I would say maybe we hear the public speakers. I don't know. First, I know it's late, but if we do the other closed session first, then the other speakers won't, it'll probably be later. But that's just my opinion.
No, it's only tough because of the important discussion I think that needs to happen in that meeting with OLSCR represented. We could call another special meeting and do that at a different time with them. I don't want it to wait too long.
We're gonna use the same link to go back in.
Wait, what are we doing?
If we do another closed session, do we have the same link? And
It's a different link. It's called Close to that, and that's what Troy sent out.
Okay. And we confirm that Greg Gray and our new almost liaison is available.
They have the link. I don't have their phone numbers.
Still waiting there. Yeah.
It does appear that she's in the meeting already.
Okay. So I think that I make a motion to go into closed session with our OLSCR rep or representatives
I'll second that.
for personnel. Sorry, motion. Sorry, I gotta write this down. Personnel, land. Okay. Andrade,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Bugs,
Yes.
Cernaprado,
Yeah.
Cresswell,
Yes.
Hillbrands,
Yay.
Land,
Yes.
Mana Hoppenworth.
Yes.
Ma, yes. Martinsek,
Yes.
Menjivar,
Yes.
Powers,
Yes.
Zen.
I'm sorry, I'm so confused. Are we going into closed session at a later point in time and not today?
No,
And we're
right
just
now.
on it?
Right now.
We're going, oh, okay.
I think I think everyone's here, and Dr. Powers is here, and OLSCSR is here, so we could go. It doesn't have to be long, but I think it's important to do that. It's 9:13 p.m.
Can we give the parents who want to speak a ballpark time?
I don't want to lie. I mean, I could put it in the
Yeah.
chat when we're nearing to the end.
Okay.
I sorry for that. We had a lot of speakers sign up. They also can, if they can also submit their written comment. I don't want to discount their comment by doing this, but I also think that this is an important issue. So yeah, it's not a win-win kind of thing. All right, I'll see you on the other side.
Sarah, do you want to do a roll call? Oh, you're on mute, Sarah.
Sorry. We left the closed session at 10:51 and we're back to the open session at 10:52. And I'll do a roll call. Andrade,
Present.
Bowman,
Present.
Bugs,
Present.
Serna Prado,
Here.
Cresswell,
Here.
Hillbrands,
Here.
Land,
Here.
Mana Hoppenworth,
Here.
Ma, here, sorry, Martinsek,
Here.
Menchifar,
Present.
Powers,
Here.
Zen.
Here.
We're all here.
To conclude our last item, which I don't remember the number of at this point. Number 6. I'll just make my statement on it. I think we had a very productive discussion. People shared very helpfully and honestly in I statements, which is very useful. And we are hoping that that is a good basis for going forward and working as an LSC, including the principal, and that it's a partnership between the LSC and the school. And that's what you need for a working relationship for this elected body. Dr. Powers?
We had a very frank and constructive conversation, ranging over a number of different things, but the upshot of it is the need for us to build a more positive and functioning relationship based on shared values that we have. An LSC and the school leadership are supposed to be in a partnership, and that is the intended role, and that is the role that we need to be working toward and emulating. And I do believe we made some constructive steps in the right direction. It is the beginning of a journey that will take us a little time to accomplish. It's not going to happen just overnight and from one meeting, however long that meeting might be. And it's going to be important for us to approach these things in a way where we're being honest and we're being straightforward, but we're also respecting the people that we're interacting with, and that we are demonstrating our willingness to, again, reach consensus on shared values as the foundation of what we do and the decisions we make as a school.
Thanks, Dr. Powers. Shivani, did you want to make a statement from OLSCR?
Not at this time, but thank you for, it was a very constructive meeting, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thanks. Looking forward to working with you. Yeah, so we still have public participants who want to speak, and we will make the time available for them. We're not holding another vote tonight, so we do not have to keep quorum, and I know some people definitely cannot stay. So, and it's recorded, and we'll probably do pretty similar procedure that we just did at the beginning of the night. So, if you have a very clear clarification question, then bring that up, but otherwise we're gonna do 3 minutes for people. I think then I just have to find my list, see who we covered, and who is still here. Before we start, Greg, do you have any comments from OLSCR?
Not at this time.
Thanks.
I respectfully wait and see the result of the work first.
Thanks. Okay. The first listed is Peter Graffner. And is Peter here? I don't think I see him. Okay, so we will move on to Cheryl.
Hello. I'm sorry, I need to keep my camera off. I'm Cheryl Verhey. I'm a social science teacher at Jones, and I would just like to voice my support and appreciation for Dr. Powers and his exceptional leadership. I have been teaching for 25 years across the suburbs and city, and I have never worked for a principal who cares more about students and staff and authentic teaching and learning than Dr. Powers. I'm extremely thankful every single day to be a part of the Jones community, and Dr. Powers and the Edmond team play an enormous role in the extraordinary success of Jones College Prep. Thank you, Dr. Powers, and thank you all for your time.
Thanks, Cheryl. Okay, is Chris Childers here? No, I don't think so. Jacqueline, no. Cindy Schultz? I don't think so. If you guys see it before I do, like, alert me. Michelle Parada? Yes, right? Yes.
Yes. Sorry, I need to keep my camera off too. And if I can ask for like a slight leeway, I'm my pregnancy brain is in full effect, and this is many hours after my bedtime, so I'm just a little slower. So if I know my statement's under 3 minutes, but with being late, I apologize if it's slightly off. So my name is Michelle Prada, and I have been a teacher for over 13 years, and 7 of the last years have been at Jones. I'm speaking tonight despite my concerns for the unwarranted retaliation I will likely face just for voicing my opinion tonight. Because I want to support my boss in this school that I value so much, sadly assumptions will be made about my values and ideals. I am blessed and grateful for being a part of Jones, and I give much credit to Dr. Powers for making this school such a special place, along with everyone else who works towards creating that positive environment. It is by far the best place I have ever worked at. That is why I do not have the words to express the deep concern that I have as an observer of the LSC meetings. The lack of respect shown to Dr. Powers is appalling. While I appreciate the words shared at the beginning of the meeting about the LSC's intent, it is extremely hard to believe what was said given the history of previous comments from the LSC. That was the first time I have heard anything positive shared from the LSC about Dr. Powers. If you look at transcripts of previous meetings and quotes from LSC members in the Chicago Sun-Times and other media, the messaging about Jones and the administration is extremely negative. I cannot continue to stay quiet when our school's reputation is slowly being destroyed. How is discrediting our leaders publicly acting in the best interest of students and the community as a whole? We should all be working together. Everything is not perfect at Jones. However, there are other more constructive, unifying ways of resolving problems that are a positive example for students and the community. It is hard to listen to the meetings when they are filled with such negativity. The length of time of each meeting also makes it difficult to follow everything. From what I understand, it seems that FOJ is suddenly being limited by the LSC this year from supporting the school as they have so graciously done over the years. Why? I don't understand how in past meetings, LSC members have publicly accused staff members by name on issues that they are not directly involved in, yet the discussion of Dr. Powers' leadership is behind closed doors tonight. It is also hard to understand how Dr. Powers and this school can have so many outstanding years of service until suddenly this year. I do not feel that all voices are truly represented in these meetings. Teachers are afraid to speak up and ask questions. This was noted in the letter that Emlyn Ricketts and I submitted to the LSC in support of keeping Dr. Powers as our principal. With 76 signatures of faculty and staff, some people wanted to remain anonymous because they are afraid of retaliation by fellow colleagues and of becoming targets of the LSC. We only had 24 hours to collect those signatures and were not able to communicate with everyone. I truly believe that so many people at Jones have the best interests of the students at heart. Otherwise, the school could not have achieved the greatness that it has. Our approaches may be different, but respect should always be prioritized despite our differences. I hope that changes will be made to create a more welcoming environment that truly represents all stakeholders in the school and that truly works towards bettering Jones in all ways. I have invested my time, energy, and heart into my students at Jones, and I want to see the best for each and every one of them. Right now, I'm not hopeful about that with the trajectory the LSC is putting our school on right now, but I will still hope for the best. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Next, Kate. I don't think Kate's here, right? And then Mike, oh, sorry. Emlyn, yeah, you are there.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Thanks. Good evening. My name is Emlyn Ricketts, and this is my 8th year teaching in the pre-law program at Jones. And I've been fortunate to serve under the leadership of Dr. Powers during this time. Dr. Powers' leadership is reflected in the greatness of Jones, and I see that greatness firsthand every day. I am proud of the very meaningful, very impactful work that Dr. Powers and the administration is doing to address issues of racial equity at our school. In my time at Jones, I have always known the administration to be responsive to student, staff, and parent concerns. I have much respect for our administration for the steps that they have taken to ensure that every voice in the Jones community is heard and every member of our community, particularly our students for whom we are all here, is respected and valued. When Michelle Parada and I, in 24 hours, gathered 76 signatures from Jones faculty and staff on a letter in support of Dr. Powers, I was alarmed to learn that several colleagues chose to remain anonymous out of fear of reprisals from this LSC. I hope that we can all work together in good faith in the best interest of our students to ensure that our community continues to flourish and becomes even greater. In order for this to happen, we must allow Dr. Powers and the administrative team to continue to do the work that they are doing. Thank you.
I'm just going to make a point of clarification. The LSC doesn't oversee employees of the school other than the principals. So I just hope people realize that. Thanks, Emlyn. Mike Tanner.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity. Good evening, everybody. I'm here tonight to speak regarding Dr. Powers as well. I've known her to be a really humble, kind, incredibly hardworking principal that I've got to know over the last 13 years. I've seen Dr. Powers navigate the incredibly complex world of opening a new building, rebranding the school, leading during the pandemic, and steering the learning community through 10 CPS CEOs. Dr. Powers and his team have gone above and beyond the call of duty to ensure Jones maintained strong academics, prioritized student inclusivity, and stayed competitive and marketable at a time when enrollment has been plummeting across the city. During the transitional meetings leading up to the opening of the South Building several years ago, I was able to observe Dr. Powers' student-first decision-making processes. Further, he's transparent with information, possibilities, and limitations that faced that committee. He worked with that committee to achieve its goals using reasonable, open, and efficient leadership, as he has done at every juncture of his tenure at Jones College Prep. I've been a Chicago Public Schools special education teacher for over 17 years and have served students with multiple disabilities in 3 different neighborhoods and under 4 different principals. Each of these leaders had uniquely different leadership styles. I'm proud and thankful for the opportunity to say that Dr. Powers has been the best principal and school leader of all those with whom I've worked. As a CPS parent as well, I would be overjoyed to send my own 3 children to a school that was directed by him. Thanks for your time and the opportunity you've given me to be heard.
Thanks so much, Mike. Eddie, I don't think I see Eddie Houlihan. Cindy, no. Peter did not appear. And
Cindy's here. Which Cindy were you calling?
Cindy Bessicker.
That's me.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I had Cindy Schultz too, so not That is not you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm the mother of a Jones student, and the first thing I want to do is thank all of you for donating your time on behalf of our school. Second, I want to say how important school is to us, especially this year. But with all due respect, after reviewing information, I have developed the opinion that some members of the LSC appear antagonistic towards our principal. And what I see happening seems to me to be very unproductive, a waste of time. And the reason why I'm speaking up, because this is time that our kids need. Our children need their teachers and their administrators, especially now. The approach I'm seeing from some LSC members, not all, is bad for morale. So it's bad for students, and that makes it bad for my kid, and that's why I'm speaking up. So my request to the LSC is to, number one, please be kinder. We all need more kindness these days. Number two, please act in the best interest of our school and not outside political interests. And again, thank you so much for your consideration and time. And I sincerely hope that you all have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks, Cindy. And then I think the last three are to be read. Sarah, do you want to read them?
Do you want me to read them or should we just submit for the record?
I think we can just submit them. I don't know.
I'm going to take all of, I will take all of the comments that I received in emails that were approved to be used as public comments. Some people explicitly said, please do not use. I will put those all in the public folder under public statements by the person's name. That's what I historically do.
That sounds great. Okay, I think that reaches the end of our public participation list. So seeing no further business, we can adjourn. Thanks, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.